Alrighty. Okay. So, last I left off yesterday, we cleared just a little bit of. I think it was residential that attacked at the cabins, and we've cleared out most of the trailer park. So, that's kind of nice. Hello. So, today, my plan is to do a little bit more, hopefully. Yeah, I'm not feeling full myself either, which is why I'm starting a little later than normal today. I woke up and was like, and then I went back to sleep. And then I was like, okay, we'll start later today. I'm also supposed to get a delivery today, so that's going to be kind of nice when that comes in. But for right now, we're just going to kind of relax. Yeah, I can understand that feeling. It's not been one day since I've had an accident. Technically, it was yesterday, so the counter would reset. Right? I don't know. It's still, but yeah, days since a workplace accident. One. Can I make it smaller? I think I can. There we go. Did I spell that right? For some reason, it looks wrong to me. No, it's fine. Don't question yourself. Okay. They put you on blood pressure meds too, and told you to cut your salt. That's fair. uh, I am definitely not looking forward to my next doctor visit. They are going to give me an earful, and I am not ready for it. Oh well. Uh, but that's okay. Oh, so that's good. Oh, so he told you, okay, so then didn't tell you to lose weight, but was like, you're heavier now, by the way. That's smooth. It's like passive aggressive doctor. I mean, we can tell you to do this, but you're probably not gonna. Sounds horrible. Or nice. Maybe they're being nice. I'd like to believe that they were just trying to. They're trying to be passive aggressive to make you feel like you have to get that stuff done. If we're passive aggressive, maybe they'll actually do what we need them to do. That's not a bad strat. No, an umbrella. Oh, it's blue too. That's kind of nice. That's good. My doctor as well doesn't mince words. Quite direct. Doesn't take bullshit either. Like, I mean, very quick to call you out if you've been missing something or if you're not following instructions. What is with finding strange items? We found duct tape, an umbrella. Cherries are common, but like duct tape and an umbrella. It doesn't protect you at all. It's purely cosmetic. The only reason I equipped it was because I found it on the ground. That's genuinely the only reason. It doesn't help at all. He looked at you and said that your wife would miss you. Oh wow, that's yeah. Hello. Enjoy your homework as best you can. You know, learn all the things and whatnot. But yeah, that's similar to my doctor. Same thing. It's like except it's less of that and more like, oh, so you don't want to live. It's like no, I do kind of like living. Living is in wait, what? Oh, it's because it's open. Um, living is kind of nice. I do like it. It's yeah. Sounds good. Enjoy your shift. Yeah, it's hello. Hi, by the way, corn dog. Hopefully you're good. You're having fun. So there, I want to talk about it too much because it's one of those things that I'm excited to do, but it's like I also, but so I got a big list of stuff that I got to get done that's related to Zomboid, that I'm gonna be running around collecting. So it's gonna be interesting. So many papers here, but netted it out at least for right now. Um, it's got 42 names on it of people that I need to talk to. And I spent all morning doing that after I woke up. How's the shoreline life? Oh, it's pretty nice out here. I really like it, kind of. Like, I mean, as much as you can, like being forced into a cabin and staying in the cabin forever. You know, it's. I don't hate it, but I do think I should start working through my knives a little bit. I'm doing this thing again where I'm collecting knives and just keeping them. We should use some of those. I've got 54 knives that are ready for use, but yeah. How is your shoreline life there, Corndock? I figure McNuts was also talking to you too. You're doing a time 16 and you were on West Point's shoreline. I think it was West Point, right? It looked like West Point to me. Maybe it was Riverside, but I'm pretty sure it was West Point. You're everybody's doing right now a time 16 like West Point assault, which is kind of neat. I've been there. I know how that is. It feels endless, but trust me, it ends. Turn knives into spears and become lamprey. I did that for a little bit in the start of this playthrough, kind of, because our spear level is doing fairly good. But I don't know, maybe I've got kitchen knives to turn into spears. All right, I don't know why did I leave a lead pipe over here. You've accepted? Yeah, they kicked you right out of the mansions. They never kicked me out of the mansions, but they kicked me out of the. So, for my playthrough, we've I was living here actually, right here in this house. They kicked me out of this house. I want to say about at least probably 7 to 8 times. And I didn't always get kicked out to the mansions, but most of the time I did. I actually had to go back to the mansions at least I want to say 5 times. But they did kick me out of this house. And actually one time I walked out the front door, bumped into a zombie, nearly tripped, and there was like a just absurd amount of zombies in the field. Like causing shade zombies, that amount of zombies in the field. And I was just like, why is it so endless? But like I said, it felt endless. But eventually, after a long time, about I can't remember, it was 40 or 50k in, something like that, between 30 and 50k, it just stopped. It was like somebody turned off a tap for the zombies, is what it felt like. And then I was free. Freedom. You're getting used to your prosthetics? That's good. But every day you feel a little bit of progress, and then the zombies push it back, don't they? They push it back immediately, and it's like they undid all your progress. Like, for example, today, we're going to go to the trailer park, right? I seen lots of zombies here at the cabins, so I can only assume that the residential area is going to have taken it over. And it might just be just as teeming as it was before. And I wouldn't be surprised. Because I remember getting off yesterday thinking, well, at least we cleared the cabins. And then when I went to sleep, I was like, who are you kidding yourself? You know what's going to happen next. You're going to go back to the cabin area, or to the trailer park, and they're going to have overrun it again. This is times 16. Like, if they're this thick out here... Like, this isn't many, right? There's only, like, a couple. But if they're this thick out here... then it's only logical that the residential will have tried to fill in the gap that I made. Especially because a house alarm went off. Of course, I'm not playing on pinpoint hearing right now. So maybe it's not going to be as bad as I think it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it'll be clear. And then we can start making our way towards the... Well, I want to loot the bottom part of the trailer park first. And then we'll start pushing towards the But yeah, I almost certainly feel like... Yeah, the residential is still spilling over quite a lot. But I know times 16 fairly well. And as much as I'd like to go into denial about it and be like, yeah, you know, we're almost done that area. It's a little too much hope. It's too much hope. It's way too much. The optimism there is ridiculous. Even my level of optimism would be ridiculous. Get some rest. But yeah, I was this morning I wasn't feeling all that well. Like I was like I'm gonna have a bit of a rest. I'm gonna see how I feel a little bit later. So I had a bit more sleep, and then I was like, okay, I think I'm good. And okay, get a little bit more tea. It's probably because it is warming up a little bit in reality. So the season change is going to get me. Like, I don't get allergies, but during the season change, it's always like, always like blah. We're not at the trailer park yet, but we will be soon. And then I'll see if I'm right. But part of me was very much adamant about it. I could be wrong, though. It could be clear. I hope it's clear. Then there's the back part of my mind that's like, nah, you're being too optimistic. It's funny the different sides of the way you can think sometimes. You think one thing completely, and then but there's a part of you that's like, that's not how that's gonna go, you know. Yeah, it's a good thing that you stayed alive with your, it sounds harrowing. Okay. It's that point in the game in time 16 where you question, did I turn respawn on or off? But I know it's not on. It can't be. Because if it was on, then there would be more zombies. My whoops. Alright. Where are they? There we go. Back this way. Oh. Heat myself for a bit. Every day, just a little bit. Hello, Otto. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Better now than I was. This morning I woke up and I was like kind of like really blah. So I was like I was like drained and tired even though I just slept. So I was like I need to get more rest. So I did that. I went and had more rest. And then now I feel a little bit better. Also, today's the day the new card comes in, so I'm really excited for that. That's going to be kind of nice. Yeah, sometimes you just got to listen and go to sleep. I must have needed the extra couple hours today. Sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. D card. So I'm upgrading my graphics card today. We're going from GTX 980 to a GTX 460 Ti. It's going to be my first upgrade in a very long time. Because we decided that, or I decided that I wouldn't buy because I do want to do a brand new PC at some point, but there's no point in doing that right now. And if I upgrade the graphics card, because my graphics card has been the big thing that's been causing me issues lately, then it should last at least another couple years. So. Which makes them go at light speed. That sounds crazy. So Emma told me that basically that my computer would be the graphic I'll be able to run things at higher graphics because right now I run things at like the lowest graphical settings because I just want to make sure that the games run and stuff. But Emma told me that I'll be able to like actually see what games are supposed to look like, like so I'm looking forward to that in having frames, you know, because I've just been. Emma's exact words were that you're just so used to not having the frames that you just are, you know. It's like I've been conditioned just to not have any like because I mean Zomboid's not going to change much, but I'm used to potato gaming pretty much. Zomboid's not going to change. Zomboid will run a little bit better though. Like it'll finally, so that'll be kind of nice. See, hardware is one of my weaknesses though. How is this lead pipe doing? Oh, we've burned through about half of this lead pipe today. Time to run back home and have a nap. We're also going to look for some more chipstones. That sounds really cool. That you managed to get it's like a full bunch of series upgrades. Okay. I'll deal with them later. I can't deal with them right now. Yeah, I've not ever had a TI card, so I'm really. I was told the TIs versus the regular cards are. It's like leaps and bounds, apparently. My graphics card's always been GTX 980. Oh wait, no, I have had a TI card. I had the GTX 660 Ti at one point, so I have had a TI card. My bad. Of course, that card that was like a long time ago. But I did never know the difference until Emma sort of explained it to me. Emma knows hardware. Emma has passion for that sort of stuff. I don't. I mean, I think it's interesting, but all the cards kind of look the same to me. I understand that there's differences. I get it. They're like slightly better. They've been tuned to be better. There's different things in different places, and but it's like the hardware. They all look like you know. If you showed me a picture of a motherboard and a picture of RAM, I'm gonna and like you scaled up the RAM to look a little bigger, I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Um, Meanwhile, software-wise, that's where like I would say that if I were to actually like get like go to that would be where my passion would lie in computers, would be software. Because even without proper, because I don't have proper schooling in software, I'm still fairly good at it, kind of. I usually can find what I need. Branches. Hello. It's a Denu. Hi, Denu. Did you make it through the fire? Well, I mean, yeah. That trailer didn't make it through the fire, though. No. I hear zombies. We need to rest. Yeah, one of the trailers burned down. I managed to stop the fire just short of burning down another trailer, thankfully. I think it would have burned down the other trailer if I had just let it go. But that did put out the fire. Like, I was running around inside buildings grabbing water to put out the fire with. It was something else, to be sure. And I'm glad that we didn't end up. Okay, I need to put more logs on the fire. Which means I probably should take time tomorrow to chop down trees, because we're starting to run low on our stocks of wood. Oh yeah, absolutely. See, my all of my stuff that I've learned from was from like worlds crashing and not understanding why they were crashing. So I needed to go into into Java and actually like figure out why. It was so annoying because I used to play hardcore Minecraft, right? I guess I could go back and play hardcore Minecraft at some point in the future, but the I've had worlds corrupt and crash, and I need to go and figure out, okay, well, which mod did it? Okay, it was this mod. All right, well, now either I have to pull that mod out, or I have to. Yeah, you used to make mod packs before Forge existed, and I used to play modded Minecraft when you had to put the like you had to combine the files, and I remember all of that. I'm an old Minecraft player, like really old. Um, it's interesting because I can think back to times when I used to play with very. I don't know if they're still around, but like yeah, you basically had to stitch the files together. Okay, this needs to go in there. That needs to go over here. Yeah, I remember those times very very well because I had several of my hardcore worlds just corrupt and break, so I needed to fix them. And there was nobody that around at that time that could help me. So it was just me by myself. Thankfully, now I have people that I can like approach if I'm having really like a lot of problems, and I can be like, "Hey, can you help me?" And then they'll be like, "Yes." But back then, I didn't have the luxury of having such awesome friends. I was just by myself playing Minecraft. I wasn't even like when I first was playing Minecraft. I wasn't even a streamer. I was just enjoying Minecraft. I'm like, oh, cool! Look at my industrial craft flower setup. It looks really wonderful. It works really well. Running around. At the time, my friends we had just installed Industrial Craft 1 for the first time. They were running around, or I was right away. I was running around in the nano gear because I and then I got the quantum gear and got to run around in that for a while. It was so fun. And that was back when UU Matter was solid. So back in the first version of Industrial Craft, where you had to use the crafting stuff, doing Skyblocks, doing vanilla back then, and then later I used to like I got into mod packs and playing things like Infinity Evolved is still one of my favorite mod packs. Crash Landing, doing challenge packs like that. Oh, it's so fun. Definitely would love to do those kinds of things again. Play with Pneumaticraft and you've been itching to do the Skyblock again. Skyblock's fun. It's just you run out of stuff to do once you've hit that stage. When you, except if you have that big list, and I did the list, like the huge list that's like create a lake, and you know it has to be this big, and okay, now you've got to catch this many fish, get this much wool, etc., etc. It was really cool. The very first time I did that, oh, it was so fun. I love those sorts of things. They're neat. We need to sleep before but I need to sort out all of these sheet ropes. We need to put trees in all of them. So so tomorrow is a tree day. We're gonna attack the forest. The forest doesn't know what's coming, but it is going to be damaged. All right, let's light the fire. Drink some water. Oop. Yeah, I knew we wouldn't. Let's dry myself off, and then we'll have a sleep. But yeah, I remember so many of those cool things, and it was fun. And then a friend of mine, like with we were working at a restaurant, and I was very timid back then, and I didn't really talk much to folks about my interests and all of that. But we were playing the same games, so like Minecraft and League at the time, and they were like, "You should stream, just do it." And oh, hello, Lamprey, how are you? You were getting your kill on last I seen. You're at what, 140 or no, 240, 248, 247, something like that. Shout out Lamprey too. There we go. Hopefully you're having a good day though. Obviously 248. Yeah, 248. Figured. I nodded off just around. I don't remember. What number was you at when I nodded off? I don't remember. And then I was like, okay, well, I gotta go do stuff now. Yes. But it's good to see you. I don't know if I have a command like that. But yeah, I was just mulling over like well, I guess my game or my knowledge on things kind of like in terms of like software and hardware because I'm going to be doing a hardware upgrade soon, which is going to be nice. I haven't had a hardware upgrade since 2016. Really? I'm not counting mice or keyboards because let's be fair, that's not really an upgrade. That's more of a side grade usually. But yeah, Lamprey's in the final stretch, by the way. If anyone here isn't following Lamprey or isn't watching Lamprey, he's in the final stretch for his million. You should give it a go. Okay. Thank you very much for the follows, by the way. But yeah, I take it that Lamprey went to get food or something, probably like right away. He has been on a really, really like it's because you can see the ending. You know, like you can when you can see the end of something, you're running towards it. Second wind abound. Any tips for getting to late game? Get past mid and early game. Once you've gotten past mid and early game, you will have received late game. But on a more serious note, work on fundamentals, survival, prioritize things in their proper order. So make sure your safety is priority one, and then go for like food, water. So your needs. Make sure your needs are met, and then after needs, then you can start doing luxuries. Luxuries include things like getting a better clothing, better backpack, having a car, having power. Those are all luxuries. You don't need them right away. Make sure your needs are met first. And then also, depending on which season it is and how early you are in your playthrough. For example, if your playthrough started in December, you're going to know that you probably aren't going to be able to do much fishing. So you need to find your food elsewhere, at least until, later on. But getting sustain, it's really easy to sustain in July, which is the default starting time because it's summer. You have plenty of time to forage, plenty of time to build yourself food and water and everything if you really want to. Water less so because you can kind of just get water from everywhere. But food especially, and then it's just a matter of balancing your calories, keeping yourself between 75 and 85. But yeah, today's been really good so far. Like, I mean, aside from like, cause I woke up kind of tired, so I went back to sleep, and then I was like, okay, well now I got to go do stuff. I did write a bunch of stuff down though, so I'm kind of keen to get that started. And then the new computer upgrades coming soon. But yeah, the oh, absolutely. If when I'm not being sassy about stuff, because sometimes I get sassy. Um, Especially if I'm trying to be if somebody's trying to be serious and really learn, I do really want to help people get better at the game, and as do most folks in the PZ community. It's just the way PZ is. Everybody wants to see your run go to the end, of, like absolutely as far as you can go, right, and improve. So any knowledge that we can give, usually we're apt to help. Um, Yeah, foraging is really good for if you can snag the herbalist. It's really really good for sustaining your weight, and even if you can't snag the herbalist, you'll still see crops and leeks and lots of foods that are easy to identify, like blueberries and blackberries, for example, or winterberries, that are always going to be good. So even without the herbalist, you don't need them. That can help keep your weight down, but still fill you up. Crops are really good for that. So like if you're going to combine the different methods, combining foraging and fishing is good, and then combining trapping with farming is good. So if you've got the traps, you can combine them with farming, and that farming will keep your weight down while trapping will keep your weight up. So those are things to balance, kind of, but they're sort of second to just keep yourself alive. And like, I mean, if there's zombies in your area, you're going to need to make sure that you're safe, right? So control your zombies, move them away if you can't deal with them right away. Alternatively, you can just clear the area. If you kill all the zombies in the area and your respawns are not on, which majority of the time people's respawns aren't on, sometimes they are. If you're playing in one of the default modes, you'll like apocalypse or survival, respawns will be on, so you will probably have to deal with zombies every day. But there we go. It won't be so much though. Apocalypse is fairly light in comparison to doing like crazy high pops with that a lot of folks do. Like you'll see a lot of streamers do, because it's, I don't know, it's just kind of what you do after a while. You raise the pop setting to try and do a little bit more. Yeah. I do sincerely appreciate Lamprey rating me. It's very kind. Lamprey's always really nice. His run is it's so close to the end now, and it's like it's bittersweet a little bit because everything must end. Everything comes to an end. But it's been my hobby to sort of just, you know, during the week I check on the run, see where it's going, how it's doing. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because once that run ends, the next one begins. I guess it's going to be interesting. Watching the sprinter gameplay, and maybe Lamprey will come up with some other challenges. Who knows? He always does the cool hard challenges, which is neat. He'll, like, ramp things up to ridiculous heights. Yeah, for this challenge specifically, I'm playing. It's Cryo Winter, time 16, so that's the population setting, and then we're doing Cryo Winter on its hardest settings. So it's right now it's spring. It's minus 84 Celsius. But and it's not storming right now, but that's because the storm resets every couple of days. So it'll be storming again soon. And then what else do we have? Oh yeah, my character was a 0, but she's not a 0 anymore. Or, well, she doesn't feel like a 0 because we sorted out all the 0 stuff. Yeah, there's lots of different ways to play this game. And that's kind of the cool part about Zomboid, is that you can kind of tailor the apocalypse to be exactly what you want. You can have it super hard, you can have it super easy, you can have it like whatever you feel like you want to do. Whether it's you want to make like a cool base, or you want to kill all the zombies, or it's whatever your heart desires, kind of. There we go. Up there. Yeah, I need to set up my wood so that we're ready to just throw it on the fire. Then I might, while we have decent weather, I might keep looking for chipstones. I've been looking for chipstones like crazy. Hi Elm. Hopefully you're having a good day. I think I've broken so many axes. It's tempting to get one of those mods to see how many weapons you've broken. I'm doing okay now. This morning I was kind of like, I wasn't feeling all that great. Like I was feeling drained, so I was like, okay. And then I was like, I'm gonna have another nap and see what happens. And then I woke up and I was a little bit better, which is good. And I just want to improve. So, do secondary, put you in. Yeah, today's been pretty good so far. Yeah, Zomboid yesterday went really, really good. What do you mean slower zombies can kind of feel like cheating? You mean shamblers versus sprinters? It's not really. Sprinters are their own game mode that's separate in this game in my head. They're not they're not really. It's not cheating. It's just like sprinters are their own mode. Why is my encumbrance so high? You hate sprinters sometimes? I don't like how janky they can be, but I do like the difficulty of them. So like I like that they are the games like they require you can't mess up. You have to play basically picture perfect. If you don't, well the sprinters are going to put you down. That's what's going to happen. I like that part about it, the difficulty aspect. I don't like how janky fence combat can be. It's so, and that's sprinter, but bread and butter is fence combat and window combat. Which I'm okay with both. I like both. I think it's decent, but it's like, oh, you got a mod that makes them slower. Sorry, sneezing a bunch. My bad. Snuck up on me. Um, yeah, I don't know about that. I just oh to make it easier on your friend. See, but the slow shamblers, like even the default slow shamblers, they're crazy. It's hard. The winter. Yes, we survived the winter already. The winter was okay. It's coldest temperature. Um, on the mod page, it says the coldest temperature it goes down to is -155. That's wrong, kind of, because the game I guess stacks on top of it. It went down to -177. It's absurd. That was the coldest winter day that I seen. I mean, at that point, you would just freeze. Your character would literally be an icicle walking around, or not walking around. You'd just be frozen solid wherever you are. Same for the zombies, though. Zombies be frozen too. Everything would be frozen. There would be no life. it would just be, it would just be an ice, like what is it? Isn't one of the planets that cold? Like one of the planets in the solar system? Which uh, which which planet's that cold? Is it Neptune? Might be Neptune. For some reason, I think it's Neptune. I don't know. Why do I think that? Warm up. But yeah. We've been sieging down this trailer park, and I actually got to loot it yesterday, which was really cool. We looted half of it. Or more than half, I guess. Three quarters of it. And then there was two house alarms. One there and one here. This one happened way ages ago. This one happened just a few days ago. And it's caused the area to be like zombies are reintroduced to that area because of it. I do intend to turn on pinpoint hearing at some point in the future, as well as probably some other stuff. But I just wanted to survive the first winter, and I guess I felt like okay, well, let's get to the first year, and then I'll start messing around with the settings a little bit. So a couple more in-game months, and then we'll up the difficulty a little bit. I still don't know where I would go if I did get like if zombies siege this area in particular. Like I would go down, I guess. we would have to go down this way. But if, like, I mean, I will go over here maybe, or over there. Not sure. I don't know what's down here. I probably should go and explore at some point just so that I have it sort of cleared up. Because I don't know Ravencreek. Ravencreek is a map that I'm not particularly familiar with. There's aspects of it that I know because, well, I mean, we've been playing it for a little while. This area I know fairly well. Um, but I started playing it at the start of January, and since then we've had a. This is the 102nd character. So we're doing okay, but. And this is the character that's gotten the furthest. Let's drink some water. Can't drink water, don't have water. Oh, yeah. He's been pretty good. Well, thank you very much for the follow. I am still carting wood, but this is the last wood that I have to carry, and then we should go get some water because we might start dying of thirst soon. That's gonna suck. I'm still surprised how many of them managed to sneak back here. Well, thank you very much. Do appreciate. This there. I'm doing the best I can, Chelsea. I really am. It's definitely been interesting. How goes your run? Your 60 times with sprinters. Time for the 40-minute ride home? Well, you be safe, okay? You got 7 sewing needles? Man, all of the CDA runs that you've ever done before, all of their sewing needles are in that one run. You're gonna keep finding them too. It's literally all the sewing needles you've ever lost or ever thought you were gonna get. They're in that one run. That's rough. Sounds about right though, doesn't it? Sometimes the game mocks you with certain items. At least that's how I feel. Game likes to do that. I fish a little bit to keep my weight up. You can still hear them. Oh, that's gonna happen. Yeah. There are gonna be, but you'll eventually you'll be used to it. That or you'll start to you'll on Wednesdays, for example, you'll wear like oh, my screen flickered, so it's 11:24. Yeah. Um, the on certain days you may need to wear like earplugs or something, but you'll get used to that kind of thing. That helps a bit. Yeah. See, I figured something like that. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's too many. Okay, we'll go back, have a nap, and then we'll start hopefully sieging the trailer park again. But actually, I should. I didn't do any foraging today. I was going to. Oh well, it's okay. We'll do foraging tomorrow. We're starting to run out of axes, though. I desperately need chipstones because I don't really want to be using the fire axes if I can avoid it. We only have two. At least we got all the wood chopping done, so I don't need to think about that at all. Mm. Where did I get these 5 knives? Okay. Don't need this. I want to break this tomorrow. Or the next time we go out. I'm going to bed late tonight. That's okay. There we go. That should be plenty. It's not like I'm going fishing tomorrow anyway, so it's fine. Water, put you away and you away. Hmm. Today's been really, really good though so far. I guess the only thing that I'm kind of annoyed about would be the trailer park doesn't stay clear, but it's not going to, and I shouldn't expect it to. It's just it's never. You got your eighth one, so I noticed that sometimes you just get a lot of a certain item, is what it feels like in PZ. It's like it picks an item that you're just gonna see everywhere. And for you in that run, it sounds like you're seeing sewing needles. There was one run that I had in CDDA that I remember. I seen 11 katanas within a very short time. Six of them were within 5 hours. You'd like a lot of machetes. I think my time 16 run, like the big one that I did, was a machete run because I used to see machetes everywhere on that run, like an absurd amount of machetes. So I think that that's how that works. Because Minecraft does that with seeds. So I would assume PZ has seeds in a similar way, meaning that you're gonna have some runs that have just an absurd amount of a particular item. I would need like a code diver though to check that and make sure because I probably it could be just me seeing coincidence, but it just seems like that's the case, right? Okay, there we go. You can go in my bag. All right. No, we're going to be doing chipstones. That's what we're going to be doing. And we're basically guaranteed to hit level 10 foraging here in a second. So that's going to be good. Cool, a plate. I can decorate with that. So far, we found one chipstone. What color plate is this? It's probably just a white plate, right? You got 5 katanas in 2 days. That's more than I think. 2 days. Yeah, that would be. That's the most I've ever heard about. I think that maybe not. Maybe Karumi has one that's like more. I know Karumi also has seen a lot of katanas all at once. I would wonder how many lampreys seen all at once. I should ask. I think I've probably asked that before. He's seen a lot though too, and it's along highways usually. I don't remember, but I remember where my little instance of that was. I was in West Point. We were along this stretch of road right here. I seen in this particular area. I seen 6 katanas within 5 hours. So I play with 1 hour days, so it would have been over the course of approximately like 3 and 4 in-game days is what would have happened because you have to sleep and I fast forward time quite a bit when I am doing actions that are boring. Um, so yeah, it would have been like about 3.5 to 4 hours. I seen um, 6 katanas. And I thought it was ridiculous around this point here when I was on the intersection. I think I even said out loud, "This is ludicrous," because it's like I seen katana coming from this direction, katana coming from that direction. It was ludicrous. Too many katanas. But for me, I feel like CDDA seems to have more katanas, so it might be part of the CDDA game settings a little bit, but I don't know. Because I do know that the abundance is increased, isn't it, for nature and for loot? Loot is set to lowest, but I wonder if it's because the loot is set so low, but then abundance is high. That has something to do with it? Probably not, though. I don't know. I just know that I was playing CDDA and that's when it happened. And it happened on stream too, which was kind of nice. It's nice when people are around to kind of see that kind of stuff. But yeah. A Viking axe? That sounds like a modded weapon. I've never heard of the Viking axe. I would like other axes though and stuff to exist. That'd be kind of cool if you could like, as your metalworking increases, you go from making like a scrappy iron axe to making like a better one or something like that. I am really really excited to see the different things that are going to happen with Build 42. But I mean everybody is, right? Yeah. Well, actually, there's some people that I've found out recently aren't as excited about Build 42. They're more concerned and worried. Um, but we'll see what happens. We don't know what's gonna happen, and I'd rather be more like for it and excited than worrying about it. It'll still be PZ. That's the thing. It's not like it's gonna change the game at all. It's still going to be PZ, even if things change a little bit. I'm just excited because we're gonna have more. There's gonna be more to do, more weapons, more crafting, more. We get more, right? That's one of the things that I am very stoked for is having more. You got bit? Oh, well, I'll give you a candle, okay? Actually, you know what? I'll even give you two. You can have two candles. Two candles for your. There you go for your run. Hello. Yeah, that's built into vanilla. It's under. You're not going to be able to see because my little sign there on the screen blocks part of it. But if you scroll down, it's called search mode. It's right here. It's usually bound to something else, but I bound mine to Y. So I changed some of my keybinds just for convenience sake for me. It's more comfortable for me. So my it's Y for that. What else is there? I put walk 2 on T because I think walk 2 is actually on Y. Um, I unbound aim because it's already on right mouse, so I don't need it on control. And I think control is not the actual bound for left control is. I think it's left alt for manual ground attack, but I only do manual ground attack. I see auto detect on prone is turned off because I don't trust it. I've had a couple of runs, and even with it turned off, I've had my character ground attack randomly. It's really, really annoying when it happens. So It's kind of fringe though. It doesn't happen very often. It's like you the only time you'll really notice it is if you're playing for thousands of hours or hundreds of hours. Um, it happens like I think it's happened on my big run that because I did a run that was it was time 16 and the run was about 700 hours long. It only happened 3 times in that whole run. Um, it had to do with some zombies being fallen over though. So let's see what else was there. Oh, I unbound. Where is it? Right here. No, where is it? It's a UI thing. Where is it at? I changed the FPS display to L. I changed the skill job to K just because I feel like all of those things should be next to each other. So like when I'm cycling through the menus, it's H is for health, J for job, K for skills, just because I used to play like WoW and stuff, and L to show my FPS. Um, what else was there? There was one other thing that I unbound. Oh, I changed this to backslash because this is on the same option. So toggle UI and vehicle radio menu are on the same key for some reason. So sometimes when I was getting into vehicles, I would shut off the HUD because that's what this does. This shuts off the HUD, and it was on the same key as your vehicle menu. So if your HUD has ever disappeared and you don't know how to get it back, it's V. Or if you if you, I changed the key to slash because yeah, those things are always interesting though. I do like that you can kind of bind most things. I kind of wish you could bind more things to your mouse. Like I know there's probably a mod that exists or there's probably a custom way to do it, but I have 2 buttons on my mouse that I can use because I like having the 2 buttons on the side of my mouse. I don't get to use them because I don't I haven't gone into anything to change it. I know I could use third party software to change my button on my mouse to a button I don't use on my keyboard, but it's like that's a lot of extra steps that I just don't want to deal with. I'm good without that. The only thing that worries you is new fishing mechanics. I think it's gonna be interesting. I think what's gonna happen is that they're going to implement probably two types of fishing, which would be you probably can do those fishing nets as well, like the one that always gives you bait fish. I wonder if they're going to add more fish to that rotation so you could like catch shellfish as well, because those nets often catch things like shrimp, and so maybe that's something that's going to happen. Maybe, probably not, but could be. And I think that they're going to make it so that you can like throw chum in the water or something to activate fishing nodes. Maybe. Once again, these are all just like theories. They're not actual things. I don't know what they're gonna do because I'm not one of the devs. And anything that you do here, they might change. So it's never for sure that things might be that way. They might change their minds halfway through and be like, you know what, we've heard players don't really like that idea. Let's not do that. You know. So there's no guarantee that it's going to stay that way. But even if it does go that way, there's probably going to be mods that'll fix it, and or maybe they'll have a setting in the menu where you can just change it. No NPCs are not coming technically. Technically, yes, but not the NPCs that you're thinking of. So there are NPCs because NPCs are non-player characters. Technically, the zombies are NPCs. They're very simple NPCs, but they are NPCs. And so they're going to be adding things like deer, rabbits, cows, chickens, a bunch of those sorts of things. But NPCs that you mean probably, at least I figure you mean like people like the player, right? Those aren't coming at least until build 43. So modders might play around with it though and release a primitive form of it. Maybe we'll see. Because there's an NPC mod that exists now. I don't know how good it is because I've never used it, but it is interesting to say the least. Hello. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I've only got the same thing that everybody has. I have the Thursdoids to go on, and that's it. And I can make like guesses, but they're not ever going to be the truth. It's their theories and hopes, and I'll admit that's not they're not. It's not concrete. So it's I can hope that those things are going to be added in certain ways that I enjoy, but even if they aren't, it's not my choice anyways. I'm not one of the devs. And they'll probably know what's best anyways. Let's be fair. Sometimes us players don't know exactly what we want. We ask for things and we get them, but it's like, did we really need that? Like the sprinting mechanic. Did we really need the sprinting mechanic? I mean, it's great for sprinters, kind of, but do we need it? Mean, like you burn stamina ever so slightly faster. You move a little bit quicker. Did we need it? No. Yeah, they post a bunch of features that they're planning on adding, optimizations as well. It's all on their Thursdoid posts. So they post a little blurb every Thursday of their progress. They keep us posted, and if they don't, if they skip a Thursday, they usually will have a reason for it. So they'll be like, "Oh, we were extra busy, or we didn't get this Thursday, but we'll update you next Thursday," kind of thing. But yeah, they're very on top of keeping with their communities, and they uh, but yeah, if you go look on their page, it's right in the Steam menu. Usually, it gets updated there too. Um, where most here we go. Sorry, most games will put their patch notes is where the Thursdoid goes. You can also see it on their web page. They have they have a web page as well, separate to Steam. Okay, let's keep looking for chipstones. And it looks like we're gonna level up our. Oh, more chipstones. Heck yeah. We're also really close to leveling to 10 foraging. But yeah, definitely check out the Thursdoid if you want. There's even little YouTube clips and where they show off features and neat things. So I'm beyond excited. Like I'm the thing that I'm excited for most probably, and it as mundane as it is, the optimizations are going to be great. I'm excited for pillows. I know that seems kind of like lame, but I really am excited for pillows because being able to upgrade your sleep wherever you are, even just raising a chair from bad to average, or if maybe they let you sleep on the ground with like average sleep. I don't know if that's going to be a thing, or they let you sleep in a tent with good sleep, and then maybe they let you sleep in a bed with great sleep. Could you imagine upgrading a bed to beyond like the current restfulness? Maybe your character will, instead of getting instead of it affecting your time, maybe your character gets a little bit of a rested bonus. That would be kind of cool, right? I would love to have a little strength or fitness bonus, like a little energy bonus from, instead of affecting time. Like you still sleep the same amount, so like 4 hours or 8 hours, depending on your character and your build, right? Um, but just to get bonuses like that would be neat. Having or like maybe the pillow itself just gives you a bonus. Ah, it would be so nice. And yeah, no more neck pain. As much as that's mundane, that's one of the features that I've been looking forward to is that pillows will actually gain function. And as they add functions to other items and progress other items as well, it'll be interesting. Like the ability, like, because there's a mod that exists where you can break open cans, for example. I feel like your character should be able to use anything to break open a can, but at a reduced cost in terms of food. So if you don't have a can opener, you're ruining some of the internals of the food because you smashed it, right? That would be kind of neat if that was part of the base. I know the reason why they don't have that is because you used to be able to open a can with other means, but it gave no functionality to the can opener. Can openers were just basically used for that or decorative. So in terms of balance, it would make sense a little bit because it needs to be balanced at the end. Like right, like I mean, there's got to be some balance. I'm definitely stoked to see what happens though with the weapons as well, and I'm excited to do bows because bows sound cool. Imagine, like, I mean, being like a stealth archer in this game would be kind of neat. I know stealth doesn't really exist, but I mean, if one day it did, like if it got changed, because maybe the stealth systems will get reworked. Of course, all of this stuff is just hopes. We'll see. There's a lot of time left. It's not like the game's on a clock or anything. That's one of the sort of the good things is that while they should release a little bit more content, which hopefully I'm hoping in the future they start doing some like smaller like because people get like the big patches are cool and all, but it's like I know a lot of people are really wanting like content faster. So like an instant gratification is just kind of the way our world works now. So doing smaller patches would make more sense overall, like releasing little features at a time. I do really like them releasing this gigantic super present to us though. Whenever they do, it's nice. I need to keep searching, so we're gonna search over here and then walk all the way back. We'll sleep and then we'll head out because my plan is to break this lead pipe and then I will break a few axes, but I'm really hoping that we can manage to snag some more axes. Um, if I could get another between 5 and 10 chipstones, then we'll be good for a little bit. Because right now we have 11 stone axes, and that's not quite enough. Kind of feels nice to be maxed out on foraging. It took 10 in-game months to max foraging with no bonus. Sorry, no books. We have a one level 1 bonus in foraging. But it took 10 months of basically foraging every day, at least a little bit. Am I playing with loot respawn? No. And no, you will never run out of weapons on the map. It's literally impossible. You can always make more. If not making more, you can find them in zombies, so long as you're not set to no loot. I think no loot takes away the loot that's on the zombies, but it might not. Because I know no loot sometimes still spawns items in some cabinets. Because it's a little weird. But it's not like a lot. It's like really reduced. It's because it's supposed to be no loot. We're not getting lucky though on our chipstones at the moment. see, it's you just gotta complain. That's all. A little bit of complaining. We're not lucky on our chipstones. I'm not finding any. And then the game's like, okay, fine, here, have one. Stop complaining. Silence. But yeah, it's you won't ever run out of loot because you've got foraging has a lot of things on it, and I can always make a flint knife, a flint axe, and then if I have a saw, or even if you don't, I foraged my saw in this run. So when we were down at the very beginning of this run, down over here, directly in front of my fire, while I was looking around trying to find food, I found a saw. So it's just that it was ludicrous levels of luck. Because I've seen in foraging, I've seen saws maybe twice. I think they're not very common, but neither's the picture of Kate, and she's over. We found that too, and I'd say the picture of Kate and the saw seem about equal on in terms of rarity. Still haven't found that Spiffo statue though. If I find that Spiffo statue, though, I will uninstall the game because nobody will believe me. I found the Spiffo statue. No, no, you didn't. It's that rare that you. It's nah. Just like delete that save right away. No, I didn't find it. It's fine. Okay, we are almost out of. So I'm gonna go warm up. We'll make another axe because we've got more. Drop fast these. But yeah, a lot of folks, the default setting for loot respawn is off because the game does try to immerse you a little bit, which is weird. Why I think they have respawn on. I guess it's because they figured that you'd run out of zombies in the area, and maybe that's why respawn's left on. I've always wondered that why they leave respawn on. Also, why is it that blood is like is a setting that in multiplayer you can turn it goes away over time, but in single player it doesn't. Wonder if that's gonna get fixed in the optimization stuff. Because I'd love to have blood in my games. I just don't get to have it because unfortunately it'll chug my games. Although maybe it'll chug my game less. Maybe not though. Because that upgrade's gonna help big time. Okay, we are not finding chipstones though. I guess I'll go out to the side field and see if there's some over there. I'm so happy it's back up into the negative 80s. I really am so happy about it. I have to have blood turned off because when your games get to be like a couple, it'll start to chug because the if you're playing single player, the blood doesn't go away. The sprites will stay. They'll fade a little bit, but they'll stay. Meaning that if you're killing thousands to tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of zombies, all of those blood splatters will stay. And then your game will gradually lower, like lose FPS over time to the point where you're not playing Zomboid anymore. You're playing Microsoft PowerPoint. Although that does kind of happen when there's a lot of zombies around too. So if you have like something like in the thousands of zombies in one area, that's one of the reasons why the optimizations are going to be great is because then we'll be able to have like more zombies on screen, which is going to be nice. Oh yeah, no worries. I find it interesting. There's a lot of stuff to learn with Zomboid over time. Like you just get a ton. It's a wide pool. It's not a deep pool, but it's a wide pool. There's like a lot to learn overall. And then once you've learned it all, you'll still learn new things sometimes though, even if you know a lot. It's one of the things that kind of you learn with Zomboid. There's always new info somewhere hidden away that you just didn't know. Because it's too much to know all of it. Okay, so we'll head back now. We got a few more chipstones. Ah, no bullets. Oh well. I think I'll take one of the pistols out to play. Because we're close to level 2. Which pistol would we like to take out? Sure, we'll bring you out. Which ammo type does this thing take? .45. Cool, I can shoot it 30 times. Drink, put it away. Upstairs. The reason why I keep the downstairs one on at all times is just for light purposes. It's also quick to just run in, heat myself up on it, and then run away. But and I know I'm burning kind of some extra fuel that I don't need to be burning, but constantly relighting it would be time consuming as on its own. So basically, I'm trading real life time for in-game time, or other way around, in-game time for real life time. Have a good sleep, then we'll head out. Maybe we'll do. How's my weight doing? 80. Okay, we're good. We don't need to eat anything fancy. Okay, let's go look for chipstones for an in-game hour or two, and then we'll head over to the trailer park again. Start killing some more. It sometimes just feels like it's set to bugs when it's not. And I wonder why that happens. Sometimes you can see stuff that's like way out of your forage radius. I feel like that your default, like whatever the maximum for the circle is for 10, is that you're able to see some things like logs. Logs I commonly will see like way the heck over here when I'm foraging. I like it kind of makes sense because they're big, but it's also a little confusing. It's like, why can I see that? It's like way far away. Useful in a challenge like this though, because it's always so cold. Always say yes to logs. I don't often pick up the twigs anymore though, because it's just there's too many of them. They just and they're not really worth it. It's 15 minutes per twig. So I guess if you did pick up a lot of twigs, you could get a few hours of it, but it just doesn't feel like it's worth it. Okay. Yeah, see, that was outside of the forage radius. Okay, almost done. Nope. Enjoy your lurk, Archdemon. Hopefully, Archdemon, right? Archdemon. What? That it's Arch. Darn it! Why do things have to be pronounced in so many different ways? Archdemon. But it's a C and an H, so it should make a ch sound. English pronunciation. Sometimes it's just a train wreck. Yeah, no, I know. It does depend though, right? It depends on the person too, because like I mean, it's her username, so but it's like unless it's her, yeah, it's definitely interesting. There was an English pronunciation paragraph, like it's like a lengthy like thing that I was reading that just makes you question English sometimes. It's like why are some of these words the way they are? It's and then some of the words just don't make sense at all. It's three languages wearing a trench coat. It's trying to sneak into a movie. Yeah, yeah, you're right. 100%. I like that. That's great. And they're trying to sneak into a movie. And the other languages are looking at it like, what are you doing there? French and Spanish are kind of like that too. They also have similar like huh kind of like things. I think it's because they seen what English was doing, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff in some languages though. It's just ridiculous. Okay, we've searched enough. I'm going to go inside. We're going to make our axes really quick. I'm gonna put away this. We'll heat ourselves, and then I'm gonna take a very brief break. Is what I'm going to do because I need to refill my drink as well as. But I want us to be ready for when I return. Okay, there we go. We're good. So I'm gonna pause, and I am going to be right back. Okay, I'm gonna refill my drink and other such things, but I'll be back in a bit. Okay, see you guys in like a couple minutes. Thank you for the wellness. Alrighty. Okay, ready to go. It makes no sense. Just go with it. So true. Why is it like this? I before E, except after C, you know, is a good example. Neighbor, way. Yeah, I before E, except after C. Too many language stuff like is like that. Silent E's, making vowels and other, like, what was it? Vowels say their own name. The rule where if you put the S on the end of stuff, it becomes plural. So many weird rules in English. I swear. But I do like that it is a fluid thing though. Some, like, you know, language will change over time and it'll evolve and kind of get better. Even if I don't like some of the words, which I don't, because I'm old sometimes. Actually, here, just really quick, just because. That awkward moment when there's a crawler reaching for you while you're fighting the other important zombies. Crawler's like grabbing at your legs. Literal meant literal. Put you out, and off we go. We got stuff to do, like kill zombies. It's starting to get nice. Look at this weather, -90. It's nice. It's balmy. Yeah, toasty even. This pipe's gonna break. Yep. I just know it. I know it's gonna break. It's one of those moments, you know. You just feel it. This is one of those reasons why I've been asked before. I don't use those kind of like mods because I don't need them. It's you just know sometimes. The pipe break sound, by the way, is on my list of favorite sounds. There's a lot of sounds I really like in this game. Um, the pipe break noise is definitely up there. It's because it's just such a crisp, like. Same for the crowbar. They have such good break noises. Look, we replaced it. See, it's such a good sound. Goodbye, lead pipe. You did good work. Such a good sound. Okay, we've got a new lead pipe here that we'll bring with us, and we will equip and break a couple axes. That is the plan. But before we break said axes, let's be fair. Shooting. Meat cleaver. Oh, it's too heavy. There we go. We're good. How many bullets do we have left, anyways? Okay, we got enough for like 2 and a bit in terms of shooting. Mm-hmm. Rainbow Road but zombies? Yeah, that's kind of how it is, isn't it? Rainbow Road but zombies. Put that out. Okay, that should be good enough. Why am I cumbered? There we go. Alright, let's get some. Well, we should be okay. Get a little bit more clear. Lost a few of you. There's only like 6 of you, though. Let's sit over here. Only 2 bullets left, huh? Well, that's it for that. Goodbye, pistol. No. 2 bullets left. That means 2 zombies get shot. They probably won't die, and then I can then go back to killing the zombies. The other way. No, I'm not saving no bullets for myself. No way in hell. Zombies can be made from vertical to horizontal. That's how I see it. Come on, please come over here. Pretty please. Over here. Over here. Get lost in the trees. Come on. Don't forget me while you're in the trees. Yeah, it's true. Plus, wouldn't it suck if you did, and if you're in a zombie apocalypse and you do that, like you shoot yourself, and then they eat you and you turn anyways? Like it's just like, why do you have to be alive for you to turn? That doesn't really make sense in my head. You could still turn if they eat you afterwards. I guess you're taking your consciousness out of the turning, but beep beep goes the car. Bye, zombies. I'm gonna go have a nap. I'll be back later. Yeah, I can understand that kind of. The want to take your consciousness out of being eaten alive. But at the end of the day, it's like a fantasy thing, right? So I don't see zombies ever becoming a thing. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on perspective. It was a comfy little day. It's random cow noise. Uh, oh yeah, absolutely. It's always interesting. I think if there was ever an apocalypse, though, that it wouldn't go well. It's one of those things. A lot of folks will think that they're going to be an action hero, but that's not necessarily how it's going to be. It would just be kind of anticlimactic if you were one of those folks that trained and was ready for the apocalypse, and then you get the airborne strain. You know what I mean? You don't get to win in that scenario. Be the action zero. Me too. I would get eaten probably. Because I would try, but I'm one of those people that's a bit too altruistic. And, like, I mean, that doesn't really work in the apocalypse. Go to you. A few hours left, so I'm going to get a rest in, and then we're going to do some foraging. I don't want to rest here, though, because we're overheated, so let's rest over here. I guess we're not foraging, then. No, we're not foraging. We're going to bed. It's an actual government document. Yeah, but they have some strange ones. This is a nice little house. I think so too. It's cute. It's definitely. I'm glad that I went this way because I've tried going a bunch of different ways in this playthrough so far. Like not so every time we die we reset, right? That's because that's just how I play permadeath. It's more fun that way. But the we've spawned several different places in Ravencreek. And after I found this little tuckaway over here, it just seemed like it would be the best starting ground. It's the best in terms of its capabilities. And then we gradually have been taking over this area specifically. I'm so excited to go over here and see what's over here because I'm actually what I should do is I should actually go into this section here, but I want to make sure that the woods are clear first, because go around a tree and get bit. That's not what I want. What I want is I do want to take this little bit off my map so that I can know where the river is, because I know it's like a windy river that goes like this, like it's like an S. Um, but I'd also like to go down here and go up here and see what's over here, because that'll give me some idea of, okay, the residential is shaped like this. I can then approach it like this. Um, I'd also like to know where the fences are, like because there's obviously going to be fences that are blocking some of the zombies from being able to get to me. Seeing where the fences are will be nice because then I can kind of, okay, zombies are going to get stuck here. That's good. I can then go clear them out, or and then we'll gradually, if I need to, I can then if I need to, I can, like, let's say I get into the residential area and there's houses over here, I can then run down this way and around, and then zombies would end up getting stuck there, or it'd be easier if there's a fence here. I think there's got to be a fence here because I feel like this area would be swarming if it, like, worse than it is. Like, we would be dealing with a several more thousand, I think, if there wasn't a fence there. But I don't know. We have to go over there to find out, and going over there is a little bit difficult because all the zombies. Eventually, we'll get through, though. At least I believe. Let's eat all of the mushrooms that are on my person, and these cherries too, because why not? Let's have a sleep. So we do have 2 in-game hours of foraging that I'm gonna go do. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Hopefully you're having a good day. My day's been pretty good so far. Well, sort of. My start of my day was kind of because I was feeling fatigued, so I went back to sleep. And when I woke up, it picked up. It's been good. I didn't know how things would go today. I kind of half-heartedly hoped though that we would be through the trailer park already, but it's taking longer than I expected. As it will, because it is kind of one of those things that's going to take a while, right? We did hit level 10 foraging though, so that's kind of nice, and we're about to level up fishing as well, which is good. I just haven't been fishing very much. We'll go fishing tomorrow. We've got time. It's not like we need to be fishing every moment of every day right now. It's not like in the initial of this playthrough. Like when I started this playthrough, I needed to basically be fishing every day in order to, because all I had was the one bonus in fishing. I didn't have any books or anything. So trailer parks always take longer than, not always. Like I mean, I felt when I took over the Dixie trailer park, that was really short. Didn't take very long. This trailer park, though, feels like we've been grinding away at it for a while. And we kind of have. Although there was a couple months in game where I just did literally nothing because it was too cold to do anything. Like we were dealing with temperatures between minus 140 and minus 170. Like it was really, really cold. Like I couldn't move around without getting hypothermia. It was brutal. The winter and cryo winter on its hardest settings, there's just like you don't. It's you hug an antique stove, you hug a fire, and you hope for the best. But now we're actually able to wander around a little bit, and we're only dropping down to freezing. Like we're cold, we're freezing, and then it's like minus 100, minus 90. It's you can deal with it with some of the good insulated gear. I'm not wearing the best. I'm wearing fairly good insulated gear, but I haven't found like the best of the best in the insulated gear. So the best insulated hat, the crash helmet that I'm currently wearing is fairly good, but the best insulated hat is the wool hat and the winter cap. Those are the two best. Um, then there's from there you have the best jacket in the game for heat would be the padded jacket, I think, and then padded pants are your best pants, right? Um, what else was there? Oh, also I could be wearing the wool gloves, like they're just called gloves, but they're the wool ones, so that would help. And if I had a scarf, then that's another thing that I could increase, right? But overall, for our insulation, we're doing really well. Except I do have a hole in my pants. I haven't seen another pair of Ranger pants around, so it does suck a little bit that we have a hole in our pants. But it's still Ranger pants are really good. So if you look at the insulation values on the Ranger pants, so we're wearing lumberjack shirt, police t-shirt, tank top. We've got layers, right? The leather gloves are fairly good. They're like 75%, 80% insulation. They're not bad. Crash helmets also similar, not quite full insulation. We've got a bandana for our face, but the Ranger pants are not bad. They're slightly better than jeans. Polo neck sweater, police vest gives me a little bit. Military boots are giving me quite a lot. Same for um, what is it? The long socks and the long sleeve shirt. This long leather jacket's nice, but like, look, see how it's like 60 to 75. It's like 60% to 75% insulation. I could do a little bit better on that. And then, like I said, our neck doesn't have insulation really. Like we're getting it from, I think it's from either the crash helmet or the bandana. It's probably the bandana. If I could find at least another couple, because I want us to keep our axes above 10 if I can. I need to go fill my water. You can't leave the base at -70 without special protection. Oh yeah, it'll freeze your lungs. The air will instantly it'll destroy you. But thankfully, Project Zomboid characters are not normal humans. I like to believe that the Nox virus infected the Project Zomboid survivor, and that that as a result they gained special abilities, certain special abilities, like the ability to pick up a fridge in one hand, walk up a rope made of your socks, and then continue to fight zombies with a bar in your other hand. But oh hi, excuse. That zombie was on vacation, and I interrupted it, and now I feel a little bit bad. Okay, so hopefully we'll find another 3 chipstones. I just want 3 because that way we can maintain doing at least 5 a day. But yeah, -70 is ludicrous. Always amuses me. Yeah, carrying, or a generator. I guess you can't do that. You can't climb a rope ladder with a generator. I'm trying to think of other two-handed things you can carry up a rope ladder. Fridge, stove, like carrying a stove. Imagine lifting a stove up a rope. So it's like doing up, because that's something I did before at the because you can't do a generator. The generator falls out of your inventory. Um, I think corpses are the same, but the corpses might not be. I think you can actually carry a corpse up a rope ladder too. I don't remember. I could be wrong on that one. When was the last time I brought a corpse up or down a rope ladder? It's not something I make a habit of doing. Because usually zombies can't get up to the areas that I have on second stories unless I leave the stairs intact, which usually I do, but it depends. Specifically for my racetrack base and my Gigamart base, for those two, nope. The zombies couldn't reach the second story because I knocked out the stairs. But then I stopped. It's not as necessary. Like my the church base, I didn't knock out the stairs right away. I kept the stairs intact. They were just in the back end, so the zombies had to walk all the way around to get to the stairs. And I was using a generator as a lure at that time, so the zombies actually would more than likely go over to the generator instead of, because they had pinpoint hearing, right? So they would wander over to the generator with their ridiculously awesome hearing, because it can be both a benefit and a curse to the zombies to have that. It can be really really good for them, but they can also get caught on things and like generators or cars. It's good for cars for luring them out. Let's get rid of you. Eat you. I'm really excited to have power, because once I have power, then I don't need to keep one of these on at all times. I can shut them off, because then we could just have a little light in here, or yeah, because and then I keep the light on, and I keep the generator like somewhere else. Probably, if I had to guess, I'd put the generator like out here somewhere, just so that it's away from me. and then we can start saving up food, and then we don't have to constantly keep an eye on our food situation, which is nice. It's a bonus, and then we can start really pressing into the zombies. Okay, so let's get over to the. We'll heat ourselves on the crossroads fire. I do think I should start going up towards the factory, but we'll work on that later. We don't really need to do it right now. Mhm. Yay. Maybe I'll get to the other one. We're not even freezing yet. Interesting. Do you ever place a decoy generator at the edge of a city? Not the edge of a city. Like what I'll do is I'll put I do put them in spots sometimes as a decoy generator, but it's like when I'm clearing an area and I try to make sure that that generator isn't like connected to very much. Um, when I was clearing Crossroads Mall ages and ages ago, I had a decoy generator and two vehicles. The decoy generator was set up along the fence, along the southern fence of the racetrack. And the two vehicles were one was on the bridge directly, and the other one was on like a little bit away from the bridge, probably like 30 or 40 tiles away from the bridge. No respawn this time. I have played with respawn on before, but usually if it's above times 8 pop, I won't play with respawn because you won't really move anywhere. It'll be kind of tough to move anywhere. Not unless you're literally running every which way to make sure that their unseen hours are like you'd have to really lower the zombies' ability to respawn, which it just depends on the person, I suppose. But yeah, I really like that strat kind of because what I would do is I had one vehicle that was like trapped on the bridge with the zombies. So like it was trapped on the bridge with the zombies, and the zombies would swarm that vehicle. But as I would be at my base, I would come down, generator on here, right? Generator here, first vehicle there, and then other vehicle over here. As I would go over to here, the zombies would get stuck on the vehicle, right? And then they would be able to path to the other vehicle after with chasing me. So I would kill as many as I could until I got tired. Then I would catch them on the other vehicle. And if they kept chasing me even more, because sometimes they did, they'd end up on the generator. Um, and I had rest spots on each area, right, to kind of keep myself in check. Um, the reason why there were so many on that bridge by the Crossroads Mall it was the river. There's like a beside the racetrack. There's a little bridge, and then they were all stuck on the river because of integration and pinpoint hearing. And so like because they are zombies aren't really smart when you're far away from them. They kind of just go in a straight line. Um, the excuse me the They were all stuck on the river, and it was the entire Crossroads Mall. What's it called? Population for the cells. So it was like 40,000 zombies chilling on the riverbank, basically, something like that. It was a lot of zombies. It took me 11 days in reality to break that mall. But eventually we did. We got through it, and it was really nice. The closest I came to death before actually coming to death in that run was I accidentally fumbled my map open once while fighting No Man zombies over beside the Eastern military checkpoint. So there were No Man zombies attacking me in over because so the Crossroads Mall is like here somewhere, right? Um, and there was a bunch of little houses over where were they? Where they were there's a bunch of little houses that are beside the Eastern military checkpoint, which is this is the Western military checkpoint that goes over beside the hospital, right? And because at the time there was four runs that were going at the same time that were also times 16 similar, right? And actually only one of those runs is still active right now, and that's Mr. Lamprey's run, right? Um, Most of those other runs are either on put on the shelf or they've been killed, like they died, right? Including my own. But because everybody was going through the Eastern military, or yeah, the Western military checkpoint, which is here, I wanted to go through the Eastern one, so just to try it to see if it would be better, right? Maybe it will be lighter in terms of zombies. Like I figured, because this is a lighter pop area, that it wouldn't have as many zombies as this side over here, right? So I wouldn't have to fight for nearly as long, and then I could enter on this side. I figured, and then we could sort of slowly push this way, and this would be where majority of the fighting was. Now I wasn't completely wrong with that. The issue was though is Burnt Town did have a lot of zombies, and so did because it was all of the residential area from over here came down to visit me from Louisville, and I didn't know it at the time. I thought they were just Burnt Town zombies. I should have kind of clued in after the first few thousand that it wasn't, but I didn't. Um, and while I was down here in these houses that are over here, like that are a little bit south, maybe it's like here. Um, I started, or was it here? Somewhere over here. I started pulling some of the No Man zombies. Not a lot, but some. And that's when I fumbled my map and I got scratched, which it turned out to be okay. We didn't get killed by that scratch. Um, there's also a clip of me getting stuck in the fence line, kind of, and almost dying to a trip. And then finally, I got killed over here by swinging my katana. I can't remember if I missed that hit or not, but I definitely know that I nimbled into the zombies by accident, and then they grabbed me, and I died. But there's a couple ways into Louisville that are interesting. At least I find. Louisville is a bit of a behemoth. It's a lot. It's a lot to do because of the fences, though, more so than the actual zombie population. Because in Louisville, there's a lot of times where you'll feel you're safe. Everything seems fine. But then suddenly they come out of every which way, right? It was a good run. I'm glad that at least a couple of the runs are still active. And from what I know, I think that 4 of the runs are still alive out of those runs that exist. Because I'm pretty sure Volk and Twist both have their runs still. But they burnt out and got tired, right? Because Volk did complete the entire map and was on Louisville and was doing Louisville when he stopped. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure Twist took the same route that that Lamprey took for the most part. Like, they were neck and neck for ages. And then Lamprey cracked his knuckles one day and was just like, I'm going to kill everything. And that's how that went. No real rivalry between anyone, though. Everyone's just kind of like doing it to have fun and just to make, push everyone to their limits, sort of thing. Give us all a goal. Just kind of nice. That's one of the big things that I really like about Zomboid. That it's very wholesome in the sense of its community. Everybody shares info. Everybody strives for success. And you just want to see everybody win. You've yet to clear out the mall. From what I remember, I was the 3rd person to do it. And it takes a long time. I remember it taking a long time. So I get a bronze medal in that. Specifically that. But I never actually touched the podium in terms of game totals. Not yet, anyways. Maybe it'll happen in Build 42. I came close, though. Close. But I died at 4th. And then currently I'm 6th. In terms of kill count values. You know. I'm using that number specifically just because it reminds me of those old school arcade games where you have the points for killing the, or like, killing the zombies. You get like 1 point per zombie kind of deal. There's other aspects of the game though that people are really good in, that are beyond just killing. Like, some people are really, really amazing at their base designs or their their sheer longevity. Like, Towers Run always makes me smile because he's like collected all the loot from everywhere. Even the stuff that's not very great, like rotten stuff sometimes and canned goods. He's got so many canned goods. He could live on canned goods for a long time. What are my initials on that list? Put my initials on as naughty things. Here, I can. Like, the scoreboard exists. Here. Oh, I spelled that wrong. It's a Google Doc that has all of the, and it's got links to all the streamers if you want to check them out. I definitely recommend it. I added the links in a little while ago, like a couple months ago, or a month ago. I don't remember, but I decided to put links to everybody's channels so that if you want to go and watch a particular style, you can. It's not everybody, and it's only the folks that I know as well as folks that have submitted. And it's not an exclusive scoreboard. Like, it's, if people want to be on it, then it's just It's easiest if I get updates for the run, kind of thing. And then it's this. I look for this. Some of the stuff on there is bonus information, like your favorite weapon and your favorite traits and stuff like that. But it's this part right here that is the main sort of thing, right? And it's not a requirement that you be a streamer, but if you say you don't stream, I throw an asterisk on there just cause, so that it's easier for me to separate them in the future. Like this person streams, that person doesn't, etc. Those old arcade machines. What would I put in there? Well, see, my nickname is 3 letters, so I just use that sometimes. Because a lot of folks call me that. And I'm okay with it. I don't mind it. A lot of me. People like the one clap name. That's how it goes, right? If you can shorten someone's name to one clap, one syllable, you generally will. Unless they've asked you to, use the full name, which is, I mean, nobody's against using full names, I'm sure. I never minded, though, people calling me a one name. Yeah, me too. I enjoy them, but if somebody were to, I'm not gonna get upset. Nice. Where? Oh, they're over there. Okay. There we go. Yep. Eat some food. Okay, and let's go. Maybe there is no fence in that corner. Oh, these ones are coming from the bottom left. So what's down there? Is there more residential? Does the residential rope around? I wish I would remember what was on that map. I don't remember what was in that location. I just remember looking at the river and seeing that it kept going, which made me feel a little bit more secure in my location for the cabins. But because absolute worst case scenario, I can kind of force the zombies to, like, I can go over to that island bit. There's something down there? Okay, don't tell me what it is. I don't want to know. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. You get to hear my thoughts. Enjoy. As I progress gradually towards whatever the hell is down there. I mean, it might be. I don't know. I feel like it would be like you'd add Bert to it. I don't know why I feel like that, though. It's gonna be fun? Okay, so there's something down there, then. I don't know what it is, but it's gonna be fun. So it's either more residential or something else. I wonder what else could be down there. Like a factory, maybe? Maybe there's a factory down there. I would very much embrace a factory if there was one down there. Because I could do with a sledgehammer. Because I know that Ravencreek doesn't really... It's not... that there's a lot of dead ends and stuff. So having a sledge early would be nice. I'm going to hope for a factory. Because I know there's a factory north of here. Can I just leave this bar there? Okay, let's go. I don't remember what kills we started today. I think we were at 11-4. So we're at 12. So we killed about 1,000, approximately. So that's another 1,000. So the trailer park really did have extra more than I thought it did. It must be the residential leaking into the trailer park. There's no reason that there should be like 5,000 zombies in a trailer park. Cold, freezing, noxious, drowsy. Bleeding zombies from the west. Not true! I've been to the Riverside Trailer Park. They're not bleeding that badly. They're only bleeding that badly if you go too close to Brandenburg. It's not that bad. They'll adjust Brandenburg, though, I'm pretty sure. Could you imagine if they just left Brandenburg alone? And that's the population of Brandenburg. Be hilarious. Because there are too many zombies there right now for that. It just seems excessive. Okay. Let's drink water, and I need to go and do some more chipstone gathering. How many axes do we use? 2. Okay, let's go gather some chipstones. Yeah, Brandenburg is interesting for sure. Some spots in the map are just like really definitely tougher than other spots. Like I definitely feel like Rosewood is harder than Riverside. Is an example. The reason why I think Rosewood is harder is because objectively around it has the harder of the things to do. Like you need its water source is kind of a little bit closer to the no man zombies. It's directly next to Martridge. It doesn't have the ease of access of the river. Like the prison's right there, so if you're new, you might wander over to the prison by accident. Rosewood does have one of the more popular base locations though in the fire station. I feel like Rosewood also, or sorry, Riverside also has quite a lot of popular spots though. And then West Point and the mansions and Muldraw and its gated community, or the Outward House, or what's the other place? The Farmhouse, or McCoy. McCoy is really great as a base. I haven't based there in forever. Yeah, videos are kind of good. We are not getting lucky on the chipstone draw. I'm just gonna go to sleep so that we can go fishing tomorrow, and then we can do some more chipstone harvesting. What? Oh, we ran out. Add a log and then light the fire. It's not particularly safe, but it's a large ballroom. Oh, see, that's kind of nice. I don't think I've ever based in a town hall. I've based in a Gigamart. I've based in bars. I've based in houses. I've based in the racetrack. The racetrack was really good as a base. I really liked that base. It felt so comfy the way we had it set up. It was like cozy. I had my own little room that I'd built on one of the bleachers. It was really, really cozy. Um, The Gigamart base probably was, and then I guess the church and general store in Burnt Town was also a fun base to do. That took a lot of wood. Not as much wood as the wall, but still a lot of wood. Lots of nails. I had to go and harvest boxes of nails from fences in over by the Crossroads Mall because we'd run out. Hello. See, you haven't died yet. Yes, not yet. It's been going good. Hurry up and keel over. Why? Is there a reason? Stale. Jason's worked. I accidentally burned down one of the trailers. It wasn't my fault entirely, but I'm pretty sure that that's what was being referenced. Yes, it is. Don't lie. You did this. What do you mean, burn down the trailers? It was an accident. Workplace accident. I was going to get logs for my fire, and the zombies rushed my fire and then caught the area on fire. I managed to put it out though before it burned down any of the whole trailer park. That would have been awkward. But I did put out the fire. I had to run into the houses though, and I was in a bit of a panic at the time. It was not. No. Not at all. I got enough of that stuff when I played Payday. What was it? Bane does not know how to cook meth at all. If anyone's ever played Payday 2, you will know exactly what I mean. And how how it changes, like the recipe changes mid, it's frustrating. Like it's always different recipes. Is it really? I don't. There is a drug lab though in the game, kind of. But I like to believe that they were researching the virus, not those kinds of drugs. Job Corp. Emma and I have been enjoying the Yakuza series. We're on the last game, right? So Infinite Wealth, and it's Job Corp sounds like Hello Work, which is like their version of getting folks jobs. I've never heard of Job Corp though. That sounds kind of interesting. It's a Central American thing. Never heard of it though. Sounds kind of cool. Sounds like they help people. Oh, I thought they were doing virus research there. Like it definitely seems like that it's like it is drug related in some way, right? But I thought they were doing virus research. So like they managed to steal some of the Nox virus and they were researching it. That's what I like to believe, anyways. I could be wrong. Like I mean, but it just seemed fitting for this game, right? It's for those that couldn't get a high school diploma but needed money. I see. It's Umbrella. You thought it was a Breaking Bad reference? It could be. I don't know. You'd have to ask the devs. That's one of those things that the devs would know. Not like I'm making headcanon up in my head about it, but it's not fact. I'm not saying it's fact. Not by a long shot. You'd have to ask the person who created that section of the map. Be like, what is this? They'd be like, oh, that's where and then they could go into their own thoughts on it. But I kind of also like the fact that they don't do that. That they leave it up to interpretation a lot of the time. So like we can kind of connect some of the dots on our own and like see how my perspective is slightly or I read the word abuse, but it's my perspective is different than your guys' perspective because like I don't see it as that as I thought it was like kind of like a drug research facility, but some folks see it as like a drug producing facility. I just figured it seemed more researchy because it's got like microscope and it does have a gum locker, but a lot of the spawns within that trailer are like rubber gloves and stuff like that. So it just makes me feel like they're doing research more than they're producing. Plus, there just wasn't enough space to do actual like production lines. At least that's what I would think, right? Because I've played GTA Online as well as a bunch of other of those kinds of games, so I've seen video game representations of those kinds of things. And those video game representations probably are exaggerated, but I mean, there'll probably be some truth to it. Maybe a little bit. Why am I wholesome? What did I do? I liked those games. Those games were fun. Spiffo? Spiffo's great. Spiffo is one of my favorite parts of the game, for sure. Apparently, there's a Finnegan research facility or something. I know Beaten Buzzers does that in his playthrough. That's like the end goal is to get back there and destroy that place. I'm really hoping that he manages to succeed. And it would be cool to hear like that Buzz finally did it and that he's finally did it after so much time put in and effort and that he did it. He's been playing a lot of Red Dead 2 though, and Red Dead 2's an amazing game. I'm not going to spoil it because I don't want to spoil it, but it is just so good. I got to watch Emma play the whole thing, and then we played a lot of Red Dead Online together, and we got really, really rich, and then got bored, so we stopped playing it. But because we had like the full moonshine business and like everything was maxed out that we could get. We had most of the clothing. It was good. Emma was really, really good at being a railroad baron in that PvP thing online, like the versus stuff. I used to get my ass kicked in that stuff though. Sometimes I get a win, very rarely, but most of the time it was either Emma or somebody else. There's very rare occasions where I would get a win or two. But yeah, I like doing the Nazar like collection stuff, and I found that stuff really entertaining. Running around, getting different things, seeing the different points of interest. It was cool. Yeah. So I walked all the way out here so we could walk back and look for chipstones for the remainder of this in-game day. I need to find at least a few. You're something of a cynic. That's fair. I think everybody's a little bit cynical sometimes, but people are what's it called? We're dynamic. We're not one thing. Sometimes you'll be cynical. Sometimes you'll be silly. Sometimes you'll be. It just depends, right? Some people are serious, but it's not all the time. Like you change and you'll have different moods sometimes. We're not just one thing. We're people. I'm giving the drug lab a benefit of the doubt, and that's why I'm. I mean, I wouldn't like to just assume outright because I don't know, right? It's not fair because who knows? They might have been researching a cure in that place for all we know. Imagine they're the whole time people thinking it's a drug lab, and actually they were researching the cure, and they didn't get to finish it. That would suck. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the different stuff and things that are coming, as well as other challenges. And there are going to be more lore bits, so we'll be able to piece more story together, which will be kind of nice. Another chipstone, I guess. Give me all the chipstones, please. If the game could just drop 40 chipstones on me, then I wouldn't need to worry about grabbing the chipstones for a while. I can't believe we had like 30 stone axes and we burned through them all. I mean, I can believe it, but it's just like it's not part of vanilla to craft your own chipstones. Like I can't bang two rocks together and make chipstones. That's not how that works. Vanilla, it's you have to find chipstones. And given the fact that unfortunately we're in a woods, so we're not actually in the best biome to find chipstones. Chipstones are rare, like they're which is like not. It's the game's version of common. So common would be like everywhere, like so it's like the game's version of white items in or gray items, and then the version green items would be like stones, like slightly better than nothing, but you still get something. I think it would be two people though. If it makes sense to do two people. The reason why I think it's two people that is running it is because the two best beds in that little cabin beside it, there's two of them. There's two. There's a bunch of mattresses. There's the couch, and then there's two like of the what are they? The military cots? I guess they aren't the best beds, but there's two of them. So that means to me that there has to be two. Just makes sense in my head. I don't know why. So it would be like there would be two researchers in that place, or a researcher and another person, like maybe two soldiers that were like instructed to guard that place. So that's what makes me think that it could be like a place where they were researching the virus, is because if there were military there, then but I could just be reading into it a little too much, because military cots don't need to go to military personnel. That's they're just beds to sleep on, right? And the guy and his significant other. I mean, maybe The fact that you can find weapons in that little shack as well is telling. Like you can find baseball bats and hammers and stuff in there. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm not talking like I was just thinking like they might be like couple, but they might not be. It doesn't always have to be a couple. Plus, the game already has a couple in terms of Kate and Bob, right? So, and their third-wheeled friend, the guy with the gun. What's his name? The guy who's like raids their house. No, no worries. It's fine. It's just I'm reading it and I was like just giving my thoughts. It's like it could be a couple, might not be. You know. You're good. I'm not judging you at all. Don't fret. Intense judging. No, not really. It's just there, so I'm just throwing my thoughts at it, just cause. Why not? Another two. If we can get just another couple of them. So we'll heat up first, and then we'll do another round. And then we'll go kill some more zombies at the trailer park, and we'll just keep chipping away at it because that's what you got to do. That's the trick, the magic trick to time 16. Don't worry too much about anything else at first. Looting is secondary. Everything's secondary to being safe. Just chip away at the zombies until eventually the zombies are no more. That goes against your loot goblin instincts. Well, if you would think of it like this, then instead, that you get to loot after. It's the reward for making sure everything's safe. Everything is safe first, and then you can loot. Right? A situation required your attention. You're fine. If you're busy, you're busy. I'm not going to like hold like you need to come to every stream forever. No, you're fine. It's you're a person living your life. Feel free to live your life, have an adventure, and if you want to come and hang out and stuff, that's cool too. Oh, look, two chip stones. It's like Christmas or my birthday or another arbitrary holiday. It's actually Valentine's Day, which is funny because I do plan to spend some time with Emma today because it is Valentine's Day and that is important. Um, but it was funny because I didn't actually know Valentine's Day was. I knew it was in this month. I just didn't realize that it was coming up so quickly. And then Emma's like, "By the way, tomorrow's Valentine's Day or the next day." I was like, yes, I knew it was in this month, but no, I did not know it was coming so quickly." So funny though. We're gonna watch a movie. We decided. I guarantee it's probably gonna be a Godzilla film because Emma really is into watching all of the Godzilla films right now. But it might not be. It might be one of the like it might be a horror movie. It might be because I know Emma got a ton of just different kinds of movies so that we could watch them. Your wife got sick yesterday and she's miserable. You know what else is on Valentine's Day? What? Is it your birthday? I took a guess. I don't know. What else is on Valentine's Day? It's today's like a Thursday, right? Or Wednesday? What day of the week is it? I feel like it's Wednesday. Wednesday, right? Yeah, I hope your wife gets better too. Your birthday was on the 4th? I'm pretty sure I wish you a happy birthday then, but I'll wish you a happy belated now too. Just cuz. Yes, it is. And I'll wish you a happy birthday as well. Hopefully you're having a happy birthday there, Tempest. And it's not boring. And that you have your favorite meal, whatever that might be. I did it on the 3rd. Yeah, that sounds like me. If somebody was telling me that their birthday is like, my birthday's in, okay, well, I'll just wish them happy birthday now so that I don't forget. Because sometimes I'll forget, and I do always wish people well. So, like, I mean, even if I'm having like a really shitty day, or I still wish people well because I don't want anybody to feel bad. Everybody should feel good. Oops. It sounds like she's gotten a cold or something. Hopefully, she didn't catch COVID. That would suck. There we go. Yeah, COVID's still kicking around, I'm pretty sure. Hate that disease. I got COVID twice, I think. I'm pretty sure I got it twice. Because there were one time I didn't get diet, like I wasn't. Which direction did I decide to go? Like what with this playthrough so far? We've been sieging the trailer park. So if you look here, I've been sieging the trailer park fairly aggressively. Looks like a cold. Okay. Well, hopefully she just gets better. Lots of good food and lots of TLC. Yep, I did. I cut my forest path all the way to the dirt path, and I started going down that way. So we'll and I've been sieging the trailer park for what feels like an eternity, but that's just times 16, and I know it. Yes, give me all the chipstones. Look how far away my character can see that. Holy crap! Yes, please, chipstones, all of the chipstones. Look, we're finding so many. I'm gonna leave it up to because it's your birthday. That is, and we just found out it was your birthday, and the game's given me a bunch of chipstones. So clearly, that's the reason, right? It's because we found out it's your birthday. That's what it makes sense to me. Because I wasn't seeing any chipstones before. Yes, officially a good luck charm. COVID-19 is still around. It's no longer in the spotlight. Yeah, I figure it's the same as most diseases. There's a lot of diseases that are still around, but they just aren't really. A lot of them have cures, though, but some of them don't. Some of them are really dangerous too, but they just don't get talked about because, well, I mean, if you're sick with them, you will, they have symptoms and tests now that can just kind of see what it is, so that's kind of good. Happy leprechaun noises. Yes. You gave me so many chipstones. Look, I had only 5 axes before, and now look. We went from having only 5 axes in my box to now having 17. It's such a coincidence that it can't be a coincidence, right? COVID Forever 21. Okay, let's light a fire. We'll unravel another stack of logs, and then we're gonna hit the trailer park tomorrow. Thistles, scarlet, chive. Perfect. Put the stale stuff in the garbage. Eat. Come on, eat the fish. Let's eat the fish. Okay, can't eat anymore. That can go in there. Stale stuff can go in the trash because I don't eat stale food. Blah. I think it's until the other person interest on the radio. If you Yeah, there are still, but it's being handled a lot better than it used to be. And there are treatments for it now. Right, we're good to go. How's my water looking? I need to refill. Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna pause there, and I'm gonna take another little break so that I can stretch and refill my drink. I'll be right back. And then that'll be my last one for now. All right. Okay, that's the last one for today. All right, we're basically ready to go. We'll spend the first little bit of the morning searching for chipstones, and then we will head over to the next area. We'll get to work on chipping away at the population of the trailer park again. I think we're almost level. Yeah, we're almost level 9 axes, which is good. And we're about to pop maintenance. That's going to be huge. Can't wait. 3 more levels of maintenance, and I'm done with maintenance as well. Cooking's going to level up too. Anyways. Come on, chipstones. Only I'll do it for 2 in-game hours, and then we'll head out because it'll be bright out. Those faces remind me that I used to really like to do this. What is it? This. And then I would give it like a little body, and then I would do that. Not that I'm trying to encourage the chat to spam those kinds of emoji things, but I used to do those kinds of things for fun sometimes. This is a little penguin, and sometimes I would have a penguin facing it, and the penguins would be together. Like yeah, and sometimes I'd do like they would have their fins out, and they would be like hugging. Yeah, it was cute. Or like Kirby dance or any of those kinds of things. I prefer the chat not be full of those kinds of things like spammy, but it's like you know I do remember doing those kind of things sometimes, and they're really cute in like a chat sense, like in a Discord or like what's it called, sending to a friend in a DM. Back when I used to play MMOs, getting that in your little chat box, it always used to make me smile because there'd always be that one person who messages and like in between like the head and the body, and it would just ruin it. And I was like, oh, that one person every time. They didn't do it on purpose, but it did happen. That was good times though. Yeah, I like good conversations now though. Good conversations are good, obviously. Duh. It's nice to have things to chit chat about, though. Oh yeah, like those, or like doing a bunch of like emote, because chat has an emote mode, right? There's where you can like show off your emotes that you've like earned over Twitch, or maybe certain sub emotes that you really like from other channels and stuff like that. I really like Pop Frog, so I've got a friend named Fenny who does who has Pop Frog. Let's see, where's Pop Frog? That's this one. That one. Yeah, it's so cute. Pop Frog. Here's a little rain frog. That's my favorite frog, by the way. My all-time favorite frog is a rain frog. Just because they're angry potatoes. That's what they are. They are the angriest of potatoes. Grumpy little potato frogs. And Emma really likes the budget frog because the budget frog is always smiling. And the budget frog is also an aquatic frog that like will peek out of the water sometimes, and that's really cute. Sure, we'll pick up some black sage. Why not? No luck on the chipstones right now for some reason. Maybe it's because we found all the chipstones yesterday. Probably something like that, along those lines. Seems right. Put you in there. You can go in there. keep my character's body, and then we'll head out because I do want to get some killing done. Because the more killing we get done now, the faster we get through the trailer park. I'm tempted to bring some spears as well. Yes, it's a zombie bee. I figured. So it's a zombie, not a zombie bee. It's a zombie. You see, it's a zombie. I like zombies. They're cool. They're so simple in their design, but they're just such a cool like antagonist enemy thing. You fear? Okay, I see. Childhood trauma. I have a story about that actually, but I don't want to upset anyone. I did something stupid when I was a child, as children do, because that's But I got a bee. It flew in my ear and it cupped my ear instead of what you're supposed to do when you get an insect in your ear like that is you're supposed to like bat at your ear, kind of to try and get them out that way, or just let them get out on their own. But you're not supposed to trap them in there because it freaks them out. But I was, just a kid, didn't know, did that, and it stung me. Obviously, annoying and terrible. Still not scared of bees though, or wasps. I'm not scared of that kind of stuff. I discussed my fears recently. I think, like, I can be jump scared in this game, but it's very short lived, and it's more of a startle than an actual fear. Um, I'm trying to think of things that actually frighten me, and it becomes kind of a tough kind of thing. I don't really get scared that much. I suppose I get concerned but is that really fear? Yeah, I guess it kind of is. No. Oop, we're tired. I don't know. Time to go kill more zombies. He's inside the building. And now he's outside the building. I like having full attack speed. It's so nice. Yeah, I'm not surprised. What happens, the thing that I know for sure is that unless I clear all of the zombies out of here, like all of them, um, that are south of here, that we're going to constantly be here. That's how this is going to work. So, because I kind of know that, um, there is a part of me that wants to travel along that little southern like thing that I seen on the bottom left. Because here, one second, I'll same thing. I just gonna rest over here for a sec before I. Am I cold? No. Okay. Turn you off. Okay. So if we're looking here, there's this bit here that curves around. I figure that there's got to be some stuff here, like in this area. So I'm probably thinking that I've just cut through the trees directly straight and I think that it's going to be more residential. But given the way that people were talking, it seems like there might be another factory or something south of here. So I'm looking forward to that if that's the case. Because that would mean that I can get an early sledge, maybe. Hmm? You pause? Oh yeah, I try to always pause when I open the map. Because especially when you're trying to explain stuff or, if I'm on tangent, I don't like to be on like I don't mind talking while I'm killing stuff or while I'm busy doing something that's a little bit more mundane, I guess. But it just depends. There's another machete that is over beside the. If it's still there, it's over beside the car on the far left side. Maybe. I also pause when looting sometimes, but not always. Sometimes it depends on what I'm doing. Because especially early on, if I feel like I'm time crunched, I'll um I'll do it. Hello. You do you. Oh, there's no factory to the south? Okay, I do appreciate because I burned it down by accident. I was going to get logs for my little fire that was over here, and while I was over here grabbing logs, I run back, and one of the zombies caught fire and decided to walk around, which is annoying. And I managed to put out the fire before it spread further, but it did burn down this trailer. So that's why there's a little bit of ashes here. I don't really use fire to kill zombies. I don't think. I think actually fire robbed me so far of one kill in this whole run. I burned one zombie, died by fire. But that's because I was hitting it and it died to the flames. It's not my fault entirely. Um, but I don't really like to burn the zombies because fire takes the kills. I try to kill the zombies myself. Because, yeah, it happens sometimes. It's okay. At least my house at home, like my house isn't burned down this time. So, which is kind of nice. Because I burned down my house in the previous playthrough. So this isn't my house. This kind of is a trailer parky area that even if all the trailers burned down, I don't think I'd be that upset. But yeah, we're doing mostly okay for now. You want me to go south? Well, I was gonna go south anyways, because I felt like I want to clear the entire bottom half of the map so the zombies aren't bugging me. So that was already in my plan, kind of. Depending on what's beside me. Because if something else is beside me, then I may change my mind. Cold and exerted. Need to back off. Oh no, it broke. That's okay though. Let's equip our axes. There we go. Alright, let's go. Hmm? All right. No. No. I'm not gonna hug a zombie. Sounds terrible. I need to rest first and lower my nausea, which means we may not get any more out of this in-game day. Okay, that should be good enough. Let's go. Beep, beep goes the car. Beep, beep, beep. Ooh, a hand axe. Nice. Yay, hand axes. Kill these two, and then we'll go have a rest. By rest I meant nap. Okay. Nap time, gotta go. Nah, we're queasy anyways. Like, nauseous, into middle nauseous, probably. Go get a nap in. You just keep on slowly taking the trailer park down. I'm super, super excited to go south and find out what's down there, I guess. If it's not a factory, but it can't be more residential, probably, because that's. But it might be. It might be more residential. What could it be? If it's not residential, then it's got to be a big building of some kind, right? Big building. Like a mall? No. I don't think there'd be a mall south. A general store? Gas station? No. Doesn't seem like it. I'm trying to figure out what kind of big building it would be. An apartment building, maybe? Maybe there's an apartment building. If it's not a, I could see it being an apartment building. That would make some sense. Why people would want me to go there, but also because apartment buildings are kind of death trappy in Zomboid. Hmm. I guess if it's not a factory, it's probably apartment building. It's a big building, right? It's got to be a big building. The reason why I think it's a big building is because if it's not a big building, then why would people want me to go there? Is it a death trap? Maybe it's a death trap. Hmm. To the south, like this south area has a little bit of a thingy there, and both Tempest and somebody else earlier wanted me to go there. So there has to be a reason for it. So without spoiling, because I don't want too many spoilers because I don't know the map, right? And part of knowing this part of the map, because this is a modded map called Ravencreek, right? And I don't know it. I don't know it, not really at all. I kind of know parts of it because I've died in those locations in previous runs trying to get to know the map a little bit. Um, but we'll see because this is residential and I actually can see a little bit more of this now. So this looks like all residential right here. So maybe this connects to even more residential over here, and I'm gonna guess that there's an apartment building like on this side. Because this probably spindles out to more woods, so there's probably woods down this way. And then this would be an apartment building. Because this looks like it curves back up. So maybe there isn't anything down here by the river, and the river spindles out down this way, and then over here is an apartment building of some kind. Either way, I'll get to see it when I get there. You don't have a clue either. Yeah, so you're in the same camp I am, where we're both like, we'll figure it out. Throw that there. Throw you. Oh, I can't actually fit any more knives in you, huh? I guess I'll delete some screwdriver. No, I don't want to do that. I want to keep them just in case. Guess we'll start loading up a bag with knives. Two more of these. And I do want to appreciate folks for not spoiling and like not just telling me, like, because I understand that sometimes it's hard not to. You you're like, I know what's over there, and I do appreciate that you're keeping me in the dark. So, because it makes it more of a fun experience, right? If I mess up and I go into an area that I'm not supposed to, and then I have to find a way out, it'll be more fun that way. Go search for Chipstone for an in-game hour, and then we'll have a nap. These are strawberries. That's not Chipstone. Is it actually set to stones? Stones. Thank you. Okay, we're sitting back up in the. We're nearly in the 20s again for our axes, so I'm happy about that. And I feel like 7 axes is like the sweet spot for now, anyways. While our axes are not like maxed out and our maintenance isn't maxed out, 7 feels like a good number of axes to have on me. Maybe that'll change when my character's stronger and able to last longer. Like, but right now at level, what are we at? Level 5 fitness, level 6 strength. We are not. Yeah, the 20s are the best years. What? 20s? What do you mean? As in the age of a person? Like in Zomboid? Because the Zomboid age is like 20, 25, 27, something like that. Are you talking in Zomboids IRL? I'm in my 30s, and I think my 30s are going well. I'm not even beginning 30s, like I'm like middle of 30s. You meaning that your 20s were good? My 20s were okay, I guess. Ah, I see. My 20s were okay. I'm enjoying my 30s though. I really am. Life seems to be getting a heck of a lot better in my 30s than it was in my 20s. So, like, I'm enjoying a lot more. I feel a lot better. There's times in my 20s that just were shitty. But then there were times that were really good too. No sickness? I hope not. I'd hope that I don't catch anything and don't get sick. But I feel pretty healthy. I was sick this morning a little bit, but that's probably due to I don't know. I was just fatigued. Sometimes I go a little bit too much though. Like I don't get enough rest because I'm too busy. I want to go on to the next thing, right? You can barely survive it, but you're the aurora borealis. How can you not survive for long periods of time? I believe in you. You got to live long enough to see the northern lights and then get bored. That's how that works, right? The aurora borealis. That's awesome. Your name is great. Uh, Thank you for that. Like, cause I've seen the aurora borealis, but yeah, your name is awesome. So many people have amazing names on Twitch. It's just ridiculous. Me, I've got a simple name. Like it's just my name and then what I do. So, and it's like, but then there's a lot of folks that have like Cinnamon, Cat Thulu, Aurora Borealis. Like, these names are ridiculous. It's amazing. So creative. It's awesome. I'm cold though in the game. All the great ones are taken, but that's the thing. Obviously not, because more people keep coming up with amazing ones. These ones I've never seen them before, but dang, they're clever. So amazing. Aurora Borealis. Wow. You're mystified by my survival time. I'm mystified by your username. So there we go. Grand exchange. If you need any tips for survival, I can give you the best I got. Feel free to ask. But the easiest one is don't go too fast. Focus on priorities. Set things in priority order. Safety, food, water, and then that's it. Like, I mean, those are the things that are most important. But safety, number one. Food and water. Food before water, because water is everywhere. But having knowing where your water sources is good, like taps, sinks, baths. You can literally drink the pond water if you want, because so long as your corpse sickness isn't high. But yeah, the rule of thumb is don't be dumb. But that's not really like, because it's don't be dumb and survive. It's like, I mean, as cheeky as I am sometimes, and I'll say that to survive to late game, just survive early game and mid game. But like, it's like, as cheeky as that is, it's like it's a non-answer, right? It's like a, yeah. I do like to give actual, like, because I do want people to succeed. So, but yeah, sometimes I'll be cheeky like that. Sometimes I won't. One of the times, like now, it feels to me like, I mean, I want to help, because if you can't survive 2 days, you can. That's the fact. You can survive more than 2 days. It just takes practice. Get comfortable with the combat. Get comfortable with knowing why the zombies are moving around, whether it's meta, migration, or they just hear or seen you, stuff like that. With plenty of bad decisions, yeah, and you can keep making bad decisions on repeat and still come out on top. That's a little bit of a combination of skill and luck at that point. How lucky are you and how skillful are you? Because if you are the luckiest person on earth, you could run up to the zombies, they could maul you, and you come out with just scratches. And you're good. And none of the scratches are infected. Like, they're all good. That's the luckiest person on earth, right? Meanwhile, there's other folks, namely Emma, like, is one of them. Emma would get the scratch and hit the 7% like 3 times in a row. Because that's just how unlucky Emma can be sometimes. It's really unfortunate, but that's just the luck of the draw on some folks. Or, like, for example, my first interaction with a zombie in like a long time, like where was it? Like, you're running around a house and you just get bit right away. Like, the zombie doesn't even, like, they lunge and immediately bite you. It just, and other times they won't. They'll like scratch you 6 times. Your character will push them off twice. That's kind of linked to weapon skill a little bit, but and then also what you're wearing a little bit. But it's, at the end of the day, it's small things. Did I bring food? Technically, no. Yeah. That is kind of true, but if you can have best of both worlds, both be lucky and good at the same time, Definitely go with that. Because your skill is something that you can train. You can't really train your luck. That doesn't really work. You can't train luck and get higher luck stat by increasing the odds. That's you kind of just are as lucky as you are. It's not like Fallout where you get to choose your stats. Just pick the lucky trait. I'm still kind of like mesmerized by Aurora Borealis. It's such a good name. Reminds me of when I seen Cinnamon for the first time. Cinnamon. It's just, it's comfy, right? Or Cthulhu. Because Cthulhu gives you a mental image of like, it's like Cthulhu's pet. Don't know why, but that just tickles me for some reason. I just does. Thank you very much for the follow. No. No biting. The Eldritch Horror. Yeah. I don't remember. There was actually, before we go, I do want to see if I can't find that machete that. You know what? Let's be fair. Am I finding a machete in this? Probably not. I'm like, It's one of those weird Where's Waldo things. Oh, I heard recently from Emma that there was somebody who took a Where's Waldo book and they reprinted it, but they photoshopped Waldo out of all of the book. So it was like Where's Waldo, but Waldo's not in the book. And then they put it back in a shop. That is evil. Really, it genuinely is. If you catch yourself on fire, I'll be upset with you. Please don't. I wanted to put the fire in the corner so the likelihood of them catching themselves on fire was unlikely, but I can't because I don't have a shovel, so I can't dig up the ashes. Shoulder bump. Yeah, that is definitely super evil. It seems like something that that Gru character from Despicable Me would do. Come on, Trailer Park. We've killed almost 2,000 extra zombies. At what point are you done? I mean, they're not coming in at like a fast force anymore. There's only like a couple of them. There was a... Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. We'll kill these three and then I'll back off and have a warm-up. It's not gonna lie. I like the instrumentals and stuff. Like, there's a lot of songs that I really like on this playlist. I'm gonna add more too over time. Because the playlist right now is over 24 hours long, but sometimes I hear the same songs again and again. So I do want to kind of get it longer. I do have a music section of my Discord as well if people want to like add stuff, and then if it suits the playlist, I'll consider adding it. I've had a couple people add a few things. Emma too. Emma's added a few things. Emma added what was it? a couple Godzilla tracks, a couple of Yakuza tracks and what was it? Frostpunk. Specifically because we started playing this particular playthrough, Emma added some Frostpunk because it fits. It fits the whole like ice stuff. It's the weirdest Sims playthrough ever. Kind of. It's not that weird though. There's weirder. The weirdest Sims playthrough I think I've ever seen is the what was it? The 100 going for 100 babies. That one's kind of weird in my mind. Weirder than this. Uh, well, we're queasy. We'll just be queasy. It's fine. Yeah, but I bet you that they're wholesome too. You got that select group of the Sims community that's really strange. But there's like a part of that of every community that's like that. I think we're done for now, anyways. We did it. We broke the back of the trailer park again. Kind of. We're good, and apparently we're gonna have to keep re-breaking the back of the trailer park. But I'm okay with that. If this becomes our fighting ground, I'm alright with that. It's not a bad fighting ground. I would just want it to set it up a little bit better so that we don't have to make that silly long run every morning. So we have like a little comfy area to eat and rest in. Yeah. I was never really like that in my when I played The Sims. Everybody here probably could guess how I would play The Sims. But I play The Sims rags to riches and I try to get my Sims to have like lots of like money like built up over time, nicer and nicer houses. It's kind of linear, but I like that. It's something I enjoy. I'm gonna go heat myself in the house over here. I thought it was way later. Rest. Okay, and I'll eat some of the. Guess I won't eat anything. Well, not unless we find something, I guess. Yeah, that stuff does kind of happen a lot. Or they surround the pool with lamps. I've seen a lot of that. I know a lot of folks though that play The Sims with cheats, and then they give them their Sims like the best houses and best lives. And so like there is balance, kind of balance. So this is the area that I would want to cut through the woods, I think. Right here. It's like playing PZ without zombies. Yeah. I think we want to cut through the woods here. But I kind of want to see what's over here first. I'm kind of nervous, though. Like, not scared, but nervous. To see what's over here. Like, this is a path. Maybe we just go through here. Watch it be booby-trapped. I want to see, though. This is Ravencreek proper, isn't it? I'm actually in Ravencreek? It was right here the whole time. Directly next to the trailer park with no fences. There was no fences at all. There was no fences. There was no spoon. This is a road, though. We can harvest chipstone here. I need to take this area over. I can harvest chipstones here. This is going to be a road. It has to be. Look, there's a stop sign, and this is a thingy. Yeah, this is a road. Has to be. Welcome to Ravencreek. I genuinely can't believe we're actually in what looks... So this is like a stretch of housing, or... There's still too many zombies to really explore the area the way I want to, but it's a suburb area-ish. Pony Romo! I didn't expect we would actually be in Ravencreek right now. Hooray! I did it, I made it. So even if I die, like, right now, which I hope doesn't happen, we made it. We made it. Ta-da! Congrats! We did it. So I got to see Ravencreek. Even if it's only for a moment. Like, I want to keep going, but I don't want the zombies to surround me from behind. I'm nervous about them cutting me off from the woods, and then I have to run further into the suburbs, and then I die. So let's not do that. Let's, I wanna, yeah, we should look at the map. What on earth is this? Is that like a building on with something on top of the building? There's like a building on top of a building. Or wait, maybe that's road. So it's road. And there's a warehouse? What's orange? Or yellow? Yellow's community, isn't it? No. Yellow. You're not telling me? Okay, that's fine. It's okay, so this might be road. This whole thing might be road. Like this is either road or it's a building. Okay. I want to go there, but I. What if I get swarmed? I don't want to be swarmed. I am happy though. We did make it to Ravencreek. Like we're actually back in Ravencreek. And my spawn house is just north of here, so we can easily get back there. And I can at least go set foot in my spawn house. Oh, there's a lot of big fences over there. Okay, so that's why we're probably not dealing with the normal amount that I would expect to deal with from an area like this. Is because it's divided. Like Louisville, it's divided in fences. Look. So there's a large fence that goes across. Okay, I need to leave because my character is hypothermic. But yeah, it's times 16 population, which means that it's the maximum pop we can have. It's 4 times 4 times 4, or well, it's times 16. So over here. So it's not 4 times 4 times 4. But it is 444 on the population settings, and then I did set it to insane on top of that. So the insides will be a little bit more populated. That location on the map is the one that you wanted to see, the south location. It looks like a warehouse of some kind, which you're going to tell me it's not a warehouse. It's something custom that the map designer has created. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm going to pit stop at that other trailer. We haven't explored any of these trailers either. Well, yeah, no, that's what I mean, though. Is that it's something... I know the whole map is custom, but I mean something special that the map creator created that's like... I know the whole thing's special, but... Does that make sense? It's like something special, but more unique. Where am I? I'm on the wrong side. I need to cross the trailer park to the right. So we have looted all of these trailers, by the way. I was mistaken on my directions. I thought we were on the wrong side of the trailer park. No, it could be a safe house. Okay, so it's like a base building location? It's got to be open then. Open with road under it. It's either a junkyard then or a... Oh, wait, you know what? I've got a guess. It's a drive-through. It's like drive-through movies. Because this is road, which the only thing I can think of else that is old and like that would be drive-through movies. So that's what I'm gonna guess now. So it's drive-through movies. You did give like a lot of details, and now that you're saying that, I'm almost certain I'm right now. Like I mean, I've been bouncing around on ideas for ages, so it is a drive-through movie, like place to do like the big picture drive-through. Okay, that'll be cool to see. You have been giving me quite a bit though, and I do appreciate that you're giving me hints, but not telling me directly. Don't spoil too much though. I want to experience it and enjoy it, and I'll still be able to enjoy that now that I've figured it out. At least I think I've figured it out. You could be lying to me on top of this, but I'm gonna go with drive through for right now, just because it's the only thing I can think of that you would put a junkyard, some kind of like I'm trying to think of other things that you would put like road under, because it can't be a building on a building. That doesn't make much sense. The more I think about it, the weirder it is, and it's that looks like road. So yeah, and sadly, I did not win anything. Hey, I got to be right after many, many, many guesses. Thinking it's a factory, a warehouse. I had lots of guesses. Didn't think a mall. Thought it might be an apartment building. Technically, there are suburb apartment-y things over there. I was kind of right. I didn't expect it to extend so far down, though. What is it? Oh, it's a drive-through. You missed it. The southern area here. It took a lot of guesswork. I guessed an apartment building prior to, and then eventually I landed on drive-through. So, and I've been told I'm correct on that. Yeah, it's like one of those drive-through theaters. Yeah, like the old school ones where you'd park your car and you just enjoy a movie in your car. Dricing is, I don't know either. Does sound kind of sketch though, like risky. It's kind of like skiing, like some in some way. Let's put these away because I'm not going to use them right now. There we go. Okay, we're good for a nap now, I think. Oh, so it's really close to the river then? That's kind of good to know. Because I figured the river does kind of like it looks like it's close to the river here, and then it spindles down, right? So I guess it could be an area that I could set up some kind of base in, and it's got large fences all around it. Maybe that means that it probably is. Yeah, I could see myself basing there, maybe depending on what's below it. I would need to trace this side and go all the way down and figure out where Ravencreek ends, because I don't know where Ravencreek ends. But yeah, I'm really pleased. We've found quite a few things, and I've been using this car to lure in the zombies from most of it. There's a large fence that I seen going along here. So yeah, I think the plan may be to clear out a lot of this and then maybe take this. Maybe. Because this would be a lot easier to maintain than this. This, I would have to like build a wall. But if there's fences over here somewhere, like along the edge, because I would expect that if it's a drive through, then they would want to, like, there would be fences. So, yeah, I could see this becoming a good base location. And worst case scenario, I could always run off this way and then come back to this. So like we would have fallback locations if zombies sieged us. There we go. All right, let's get a sleep in a time there. There we go. Put you in there. And anyways, I know I'm going to be ending a bit early today, unfortunately. But I have a good reason for that, and that it is Valentine's Day. And I do want to spend some time with my partner. So I'm going to snooze the ads so they don't bother you guys. There we go, snoozed. And I'm going to go and look for somebody for us to raid. You know, somebody for us to go spend some time with. Okay, let's see. Go. Thank you for coming and visiting with me. And we made it to Ravencreek officially. So I can be really happy about that. Okay, let's see. So where are we going today? I know where we'll go. I'll take you guys to visit the other Mr. Lamprey. There you go. You can go visit Mr. Lamprey BR, who is currently doing a 300k kills in a year challenge, as well as he's just beaten my PB just recently, as well as he's may go for even higher. We'll see. Anyways, it's been my pleasure as always, everybody. Have yourself a good one.